Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Penguin Academy highlight reel. It's game analysis, but we will be fast forwarding when either the game is over or it's not interesting or whatever. This is round 3 of the Kibble team tournament. Hopefully you've seen the highlight reels on round 1 and 2. This particular game is from lower tables, but Rainer wanted us to do one of his games. And Cicuit is the guy that recently won the weekend clash. Wait. Oh. So, let me press pause a sec. So, there is a slight problem here. In between round 2 and 3, one of my chat members asked me to look at their game from the team tournament, so we did have a nose, and it was in fact versus Cicuit and his vampires. And I chose Rainer versus Cicuit specifically because Rainer's a decent player and wanted me to look at one of his games, and Cicuit, as the weekend clash champion, I've never seen him play. I thought he would be quite good, so this was going to be the first time seeing him play. Except, as mentioned, one of my chat wanted me to do an impromptu Penguin Academy of their game, which I do sometimes when I'm looking for some content or chat asks nicely. I have a quick nose at their game. And there's a small problem. This would have been the game at the end of this highlight reel, and I'd have done the whole thing if I hadn't done that. Because Cicuit was real bad. Like he'd never played vampires before in his life, real bad. And he's also brought a Vargeist, which also tracks with never having played vampires before in your life. So this is now going to go at the start. And I'll mostly be concentrating on Rainer. I'm just plugging my headphones in because I got a beep below battery. So fair warning, right? That I'm not going to go too heavily into Cicuit's play because I've already looked at it off YouTube on stream, and it sucked. Right, let's look at the setup. The setup's kind of interesting. Yeah, the Varg's a really nice model, and on any other team would be a pretty great big guy. It's just that on vampires, it's terrible. Cicuit also took wrestle on a thrall instead of kick, so there's no kick skill, and he just got lucky with this crazy good kick. Oh, we're doing vampires, so I can put Count Hopper on. There we go. What do we think about this setup? It's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He would get counter surfed if he surfed either side. I don't really know what the flesh golem is doing there, to be honest. If you're just going to do this outside chevrons, you could just done that with 2 zombies, and the flesh he could have been more central. You can't hypno on a blitz, but at least it is an anti-blitz defense, right? So that's okay. We get a removal. We bring the zombie in. Take the 3 dice. That is a 1 in 27. I assume he's just going to blitz then with the flashy. The wolf over here doesn't have, because he's set up in basic bitch, the wolf doesn't have a good blitz. So it's fine to blitz with the flashy. But make sure that everything is sorted first, because the problem is on the vampire's first turn they can hypno. On a blitz they can't, but immediately you can just hypno him, or hypno him, blitz the wolf, walk through. So you do need to care immediately about everything at this point. Okay, that's not the blitz. Is the blitz the wrestle wolf? The wrestle ghoul? Yes, the blitz is the wrestle ghoul. Okay, that's fine. It is more safe. It's not... Well, if anyone ever needed proof that I don't pre-watch any of these games, that right there is it. That was pretty funny. So now what we do, like if you're the vampires, what absolutely you do is you move the wrestle thrall over here, you take this block, and therefore you can blitz through the wolf, and everyone else can come down, including a thrall to bite, can come down and make sure that the ball is horribly unsafe. Okay, we're hypnoing instead. That's okay. Oh, no. Okay, so there's an immediate problem, right? We absolutely don't do that. Why are we... This is what I mean, right? It's like he's never played... Why are we hypnoing the wolf first? We've now wasted this vampire and he can't come down. The wolf gets powed. Out to the wrong side. You don't want to push in, do you? You want to push out to threaten him with the frenzy. I've seen a number of people do that in these games. It seems to be a common issue with lesser players, that they don't seem to understand that pushing people towards the sideline is better. The weird thing to not get, but it's definitely a thing they don't get. That's weird. Why are we going there? What's the... Why are we going there? Where did we just start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why aren't we coming down further? 12, 11, 10 puts us barely in scoring range. We could have been down in actual scoring range. Okay, look, you got to roll some dice, man. He was hypnoed, wasn't he? This is what I mean, right? Absolute, just awful play from everyone involved. He was hypnoed. So why are we taking that block? It's a zombie and you don't have block. What you want to do is bring another thrall down. Bring another bite bag down. Move him to wherever you're moving him, because why is he standing there? Who knows? And then last action, this should have been a rush to tag the ball, to guarantee that the blitz is on her. Probably is anyway, because it's the most annoying one. But you could have brought this one then down here, right? To create a second screen, so that there's, like, if you blitz and get a POW here, the other one can't go across here and screen off against these vampires. Because remember, they have foul appearance, the wraiths. So to hypno them, you have to roll a bloodlust, a foul appearance, and a hypno. That's 3 dice. So they're the best screens against vampires. So you needed this second screen in here. Like, this should have been either here or here. I don't know where it could have reached. Probably just here. But that's good enough, right? Thin scoring range, and it's a screen. No one can cut you off. Because the ball, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The ball's ended up there at best. Double rush to there. Like, it's awful, right? So this net definitely needed to be over, and then this needed to be over. You needed a screen here. I would even genuinely have considered using this last thrall to just tag one of the wraiths to make sure they couldn't come back. This is not aggressive enough. You could win the game this turn thanks to quad skulls, and instead it's not the case now. This thrall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 could have done a dodge last action and been there. It's practically game winning, isn't it? He tags him. This thrall makes that 3+. We got 2 runners over here. How is that ball ever getting safe? It's not, is the answer. It's literally just not. So I did say I wasn't going to comment too much on Cicuit, and I've just spent all that time talking about it. But it annoys me because vampires going away in 3rd season is the most annoying thing about 3rd season. It's the worst thing about 3rd season by a mile, is that vampires are not a thing anymore. And they were starting to become my favorite team. So seeing them played badly just annoys me. I don't know what is that? Rainer, what is this? Why is he going there? Well, we have to re-roll that. Okay, so if you're the vampires, the easiest play in the world here is just don't snake, right? You got 2 vampires here to free up blood bags or to make this dodge easier. So you either use this vampire to come round and hypno this wraith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doesn't make the dodge easier. You have to be a 3+. In there, hypno the wraith. That makes that a 2+ out. And then one of them hypnos the ball and the other one blitzes the ball. Not really, no, because both of these can reach anywhere that ghoul could go. You could, I wouldn't recommend it, but you could risk the block, right? You could put someone in there and then the block chains her out. But it's a 1 in 9, so we blocked backwards with the close vampire. So that was already just one of the worst things you could have done. And now we're doing a rush in there instead of hypnoing the same thing. We are doing the Varg chain, which again, like I said, I wouldn't recommend. But it does chain her out. What the hell? Why are we... We're biting the wrestle? Why are we biting the wrestle? That's your only thrall with a skill. We get the POW. Yeah, you don't want to catch that, do you? Oh, that is absolutely atrocious. But it doesn't matter. We just walk through the tackle zone and pick it up. Okay, so done badly, but that's the strength of vampires, isn't it? Cost him 2 rerolls because it was done so badly. I don't like Rule of 5, by the way, either, as vampires. I think it's lame. But again, my vampire advice is kind of meaningless, because who the hell's playing vampires in 3rd season? Well, thank you very much, Ajax. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Penguin Academy. So every turn, every single turn, vampires should be like, can I sack this ball? Is the ball sackable? This looks sackable, but isn't worth it, in my opinion. Yes, you could sack the ball, but you're unlikely to do so without rerolls, and there's not a lot of breakaway recovery, making the ball safe kind of thing. So I just wouldn't bother. So instead, I would just try to, as soon as you brought a Vargeist, I mean, I would never, ever bring a Vargeist, but seeing as you brought a Vargeist, I would just use the Vargeist and just try to kill something. The best thing to try and kill, by the way, is to Hypno the Ghoul and Blitz the Ghoul with the Mighty Blow. Vargeist is the vamp big guy, yeah. Strength 5, Frenzy, and Claw. And he's given it Mighty Blow. Gets the POW. Will Mighty Blow do something? Yeah, it'll suck. I mean, it's a big guy, so it has Loner. And it's got Bloodlust 3+. Similar to a Blitzer. The problem is you don't want to bring a Vargeist on vampires. You want to bring a Vargeist on bash teams. He's just a liability on a vampire team. The biggest problem here for Reyna, the biggest problem always against vampires is stalling. Constantly stalling. And Necro especially, with no Mighty Blow on the team, find it hard to start picking off thralls or even vampires. That's their biggest issue. So every turn you stall is a turn that the vampires could get a stun, that you could accidentally mispace a player and give up the sack on the ball. Because there's always a sack on the ball with vampires. That's not the thing. It's giving up a good sack on the ball. Giving up a sack on the ball from an angle where there's recovery. Giving up a sack on the ball where it doesn't require all of your vampires, so there's one to give the ball to at the end to piss off with it. That's easier when they've only got 4 vampires because the Varg doesn't count. Which is why you don't bring the Varg. And again, it's pretty simple, isn't it? The vampire's goal here is to just get back in the way, stop them pushing up the side and get in space. And so that's what you should utilize your vampires for. So for me, you either blitz this Fleshy, which isn't a bad blitz because it frees up this Thrall to come back over here. Or you blitz out with this one and hope that you get a POW so he can come over and join the fight as well. Those are probably my 2 choices of blitz. I kind of prefer this one because this one can be a block, giving up 3 dice with the Varg, allowing the Hypno and the block here, and then he stands. He should be on the ground so he can move, and because he's standing and tagging the Wraith, this one can dodge, this one can dodge, this one can dodge. I wouldn't reroll any of the dodges. Okay, I mean, what are we doing there? We're hypnoing a fleshy so we can blitz a foul appearance Wraith who has block and isn't hypnoed. Why wouldn't you blitz the fleshy you just hypnoed? He doesn't have block. He's no longer stand firm. And then the wrestle can block the Wraith. Like, that's just obviously better. Don't check your phones, YouTube. That is a fumble beep. Wait, why didn't we go there? Why didn't we carry on after that and go there so we can take the 2 dice? What? Why did we stay there? Why have we followed? Why have you followed? That's not a 3 dice block now. I'll be honest with you, that's pretty cool. I'm going to watch that again. Wow. Wait, what? Hang on. Wait, what just happened? So the Varg is getting activated. Yeah, but why? What possible reason is there to not block? Oh, it's sorry, it's a block. It's not it's a block, not a blitz. Thank you, kind. I forgot he blitzed over here. Ugh, I'm stupid. Thank you. Very confusing for me for a second. It's very hard to keep up with someone just doing everything I wouldn't do. Like, it's harder than casting like top tier players. Like, right, that's the blitz. He's already done that ages ago on this, which was terrible. So my brain blanked that out. So this is a block, not a blitz. So he has to just bite because he bloodlusted, which means he can't block because otherwise it would be turnover. Correct. Then he just casually just walks through this. And then... and then blocks the fleshy. Not the Wraith. Blocks the guy who doesn't have block and is armor 10 plus thick skull. Instead of the Wraith, who now doesn't have sidestep. And you can push against the sideline. And if he stands up, wouldn't have sidestep to protect him from getting surfed. Because you can hypno it away. I hate everything. Right, what do you do here if you're the Necro? I mean, you're in a lot of trouble, right? Necro's a horrible matchup, in my opinion, for vampires. You know, as the Necro, I wouldn't want to play vampires. I wouldn't want to play vampires controlled by anyone good, for sure. I'd probably be okay playing this vampire team. What do you do? Hope you don't roll a 1 in 9 with these flashies. He took the block and pushed him onto everyone anyway, by the way. Which is bizarre. So he's tagged, and he's tagged. So we probably just come back this way, right? This is a 2 dice block, so we take that. This is a 2 dice, this is a 2 dice. Like, it could possibly hit the Varg, but what's the point? Just bring the ball back into the mix with the fleshies and the wraiths, and hope you make this 3+ dodge to come back around. If you get the POW here, you can blitz the thrall there with the wolf, but it doesn't leave you anyone at the back to stand behind. He's also got another game, Frank. Yeah, don't watch the VOD. You should watch the VOD if you want to get better, but don't watch the VOD if you're of a nervous disposition. So I like this, by the way. Oh, I don't like this. I like making these flat shapes basing up because that's kind of their best defense against the vampires. It's hard to get hypnos from angles if you're all flat shaped against each other. So instead of getting a defense by surrounding the ball, he's basically getting a defense by making a wall, which is harder to get through as vampires. Because even though you can remove the tackle zone, you can't remove that someone's in the square, which is a big difference. And the ball buggers off because it's not safe, which is fine. What's also not safe is the wolf and the wraith. I would be concentrating on trying to either surf the wolf or the wraith or both. It is actually possible to surf both, but it's not the best idea in the world. Because it requires rushes by this vampire over here, which is really iffy, let's be honest. So this vampire should probably just hypno the wolf from this square here. And then this is a 2 dice block with wrestle, so we try to get rid of him, and then we can surf the wolf, right? That would be my plan here. And then we see what happens with everyone else. See what we've got with everyone else. Someone should base the ghoul. This can take a block. The vampire can hypno the ghoul. If the vampire comes down and hypnos the ghoul after this block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't do it really. It would have to do it from above, and then the thrall can stand below. And so we trap the ghoul. If we trap the ghoul, there's no like handoff breakaway plays, which you should care about at this point. If you're going to surf the wolf, then only the ghouls can handle the ball. So you need to care about this ghoul. And you really should surf the wolf. Like, it's so good to surf the wolf here. So we do hypno him. Oh my days, what have we just done? Okay, so we've hypnoed the wolf. We haven't worked out that that's not a 2 dice block. So we've done a blockless 1 dice. with no one to bite, instead of the 2 dice with wrestle and then surfing the wolf. So the wolf is not getting surfed now, which is an absolute travesty. And we have to wrestle him down because otherwise we could get surfed. This idiot has rolled a bloodlust and then a 1 in 9. So that's the end of the vampire's turn. And he's killed his own Vargeist. If this wasn't going on YouTube, this would be where I start playing Benny Hill music. Like, if this was just a regular stream, Benny Hill music would be gracing our presence right now. But the Benny Hill saxophone people or whatever, the Yakety sax people, are incredibly litigious. So there will be no Benny Hill music on a YouTube video from me. Which is sad, because it's very apropos to how incredibly goddamn terrible that turn was.
Insert Benny Hill music here.
Why is that the Blitz? What? Why would that possibly, in any universe, be the Blitz? Why are you blockless blitzing a Roger? Just why? Oh my god, I've just realized something. If the World Championships happen, that is a very big if currently, if the World Championships happen, I'm going to have to cast more Cicuit games because he won the weekend clash. I might have to just quit Blood Bowl. It's always a classic vampire turn when you just remove more of your own players than theirs. What are we... Hey, Raina. That was dumb. If that reroll had been a 1 in 9, you lose this game. I was 1 dice away from losing this game. What? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What? Why didn't we just take this block and then just do 2 rushes with the ghoul? Why are we doing a 1 in 9 handoff on the sideline to a wolf? You can't give the vampires a 2-turn, so this isn't going to be a score. So I don't understand how you make this safe anyway. In fact, it's less safe than if it was on the ghoul and was defended by 2 players. Are we going to stand in Chunt's column? Oh my god, what are we doing? There's no reroll now. So this is 2 dice on the ball for like 3 2s? What, this one over here, Hypno's the fleshy. I guess you're in your own way if you use that one. But this one is good recovery, or to Hypno. I guess you have to do that. This one Hypnos this one, so this one can dodge out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a bunch of 2s, to be fair. It's like 4 2s. But it's definitely 2 dice on the ball for limited 2s. You could possibly use this one to Hypno him. And then it's the same amount of 2s, right? Because you can blitz in that way then. I guess you have to stand him up, which is a 2 anyway. Yeah. Either way, this is some 2s. To 2 dice the ball in Chunt's column. Could Hypno the wolf to increase the chance of the knockdown. Which we do. And the increased chance of the knockdown works. And Rayner Lucka dogs his way into scoring anyway. Wow. No reroll, 1 dice pow. One in 9. Full pows on the runner with the wrestle, so another 1 in 9. Makes the dodge, rolls the 1 in the perfect place. Well, there we go. I'm just listening to Benny Hill music in my head. Like, there was absolutely no plan there from the Necro, was there? None. That was just pure luck that they got the score. So yeah, the problem for the vampires here is A, they have no rerolls, and B, they have to Hypno something before they can use it to do a 1-turn. Which is an actual problem. And they don't have a Frenzy Juggernaut Blitzer. And also, that's a crazy kick. Wait, what? Jesus, okay. Okay. Why didn't we just... No, never mind. Could have moved the wrestle round to do the blitz. And filled the gap with the... Oh wait, this guy, someone. Guess you can't. Coming back, I guess you can't, right? You need the square that you've built. Because you can't move him in after you've done the blitz, because it doesn't work. The chain would push one of these squares out. Guess you do have to do him. Which is kind of obnoxious. We rolled... Wait, what? What did we roll? Oh, I see. This guy over here needed to be there to take the block. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this guy doesn't need to be there, right? So he's just balls this up. Could he still do it? Not really. Can't reach with this one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he can't hypno. Jesus. I was like, why did he take a POW? So he did take the push. And then he's realized that he screwed it up. My brain is mush at this point. Like, these are not, like, because this is not the World Championships or anything, right? That's the problem. Like I said, these people didn't ask me to look at their games. It's not the World Championship. It's a... cover your ears, kind. It's a much lower level, like, skill-wise. Or should be, considering the World Championship we watched, and there were a lot of people at this level in it. And there will be a lot of people at this level in the next World Championship, should it exist. Because one of them is right here. It's hard. I always find it hard, right? I don't want to be too harsh, but also I don't want to minimize how crap this is, because people learn better when they know that it's rubbish, not that it's, you know, not quite right, etc. This is just obviously wrong. Well, we've already got a Kaz and a KO. Why are we biting anyone? The worst thing is we're biting people to hit, like, fleshies and hope we kill it, and now we're one-dicing a fleshy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have a guy here to make this a 2. I don't understand. Why is everything so awful? Okay, well, that was just terrible. So now if you're the vampires, in my opinion, your correct strategy is to quick score. You just quick score, right? There's no reason not to. You do work best on defense. It's not particularly hard to quick score here. Well, guess what this isn't? And if you guessed a quick score setup, all prizes to you. And you know what would have been really good if you'd set up the quick score? That Mighty Blow is just for the drive. So if you two-turn, he only has 2 blitzes with Mighty Blow before it goes away. The worst skill that vampires face. Oh, I actually hate this. It should go on a Wraith. I get putting it on the Wolf because of the Claw Mighty semi-synergy. But the Wolf shouldn't get to blitz anything good that often. And if he blitzes, if the opponent, I guess maybe, like, let's give Reyna the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's seen Cicuit play. And is like, oh, I'll get the blitz with the Wolf, don't worry. But if he was playing anyone competent, the Wolf blitzing would be a problem. Everyone would have a buddy. You'd be able to punch the Wolf back. Their frenzy traps would be in play. All kinds of problems. So I would put it on a Wraith. I've spent more of this game talking about Cicuit than Reyna. Just because it's so bad. So, the one thing you shouldn't do when your opponent has a frenzy Mighty Blow piece is have your entire team unconnected, thus giving the Wolf completely free reign of who it can blitz without being stuck on someone else. Whenever you face a team that has a frenzy threat, you want to utilize the buddy system. Everyone should be connected to another player. Everyone should be in pairs. If the frenzy player wants to blitz, he's going to have to be based. Or dodge away, the old necro blitz. Hey, turns out Mighty Blow's a good skill, and you don't want to get blitzed by it every turn. And he should probably have scored already. Not already, you know what I mean. You should probably be in scoring range right now, so you can just bang it in, and that was the only Mighty Blow you face. That's it. Be annoying that you get a Kaz, but you still have 11 players for the defense. Vampires work better on defense. Reyna made mistakes in... Oh no, what are you doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? That wasn't anything. You weren't hypnoing anything. You were just moving a vampire. Why? What possible reason is there to do nothing with a vampire? You know what you should be doing? One dice in him with your wrestler. And then just running that vampire, this thrall, and this vampire up the goddamn pitch. Using this vampire to hypno this one and trying to 1 in 9 through to join them with this vampire. Because he now has Mighty Blow. And as you just saw, it's pretty good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now, what are we doing, man? How do you think this is going to end up? Just in general, how do you think this is going to end up? Because I'm going to tell you how it's going to end up. He stands up. That's a 2 dice block with block. He activates. That's 4 dice on a vampire runner with block and Mighty Blow. And that's 2 dice on a thrall. So you're taking 3 blocks, one of them on one of your 4 vampires with Mighty Blow, 4 dice. And you still have the ball on a thrower, which it should be on a runner, and he is 3 turns away from the end zone at best. This is a complete and utter misunderstanding of what the drive structure should be. Oh, now he doesn't even need to stand up the zombie. He can just take a block first. Because he pushed the Wraith, who didn't have sidestep, into the worst possible square. There's a POW. There's a removal. I would have blitzed first. I don't like taking that blockless block. That was a bad idea. The reason is that if I got the power and not broken armor, I would have used this zombie that was on the ground to try and foul it. I'd want to know where it was, etc. Could have blitzed from below. Oh yeah, this is definitely an awesome plan. We're going backwards. Yeah, there's a good reason for that, JMC. It's because it's Terabad. Getting your wolf 2 diced is also pretty Terabad, not gonna lie. Absolutely no reason to get your wolf punched at all. There goes another thrall. Well, that was a dice roll and that wasn't, so maybe, just maybe, that was the wrong way round. The turn order in this turn is atrocious, Rainer. Well, we've snaked a Bloodlust. Killed our own player. Wait, who are we hypnoing? Are we not... Who are we hypnoing? How do we tell? It's not red like a blitz. Does it not show you? I thought we'd be hypnoing the guy in front. But we're not. Were we hypnoing this Wraith, maybe? It's that one, isn't it? Okay. If we're biting this guy, why don't we just hypno him? You haven't done it. You just don't bother doing it. I mean, if you're in this situation and that is a snake, I wouldn't even bother doing this plan. I would just move away. I would run over here and I'd bite the wrestle, right? I'd put the runner there and just bite the wrestle. And then I'd move the ball and the thrower over this way. And this guy, who's already moved and I wouldn't have moved him, could be a screen. And the ball can be safe for another turn. Did he... Or just... Did he... He Bloodlust fail and Foul Appearance fail? Did he double snake? No. Why did he end turn? Rainer, if you watch this, why the hell did you have me watch this match? Rainer's actually selected this match. Oh, come on. Maybe he ran out of time, yeah. That actually might be a thing, yeah. He's really bad, right? So he probably isn't managing his time as vampires better. Well, there we go. Rainer scored via very lucky dice in the first drive. And now is going to win via very lucky dice with a snake. I mean, and let's be clear. Rainer is still the better player of these two by a mile. It just wasn't well played by either coach and just a lot worse played by the vampires. So, yeah. I ended up watching it all anyway because it was so bad. It's like watching a car crash. Seriously, Rainer. I don't understand. Were you like, oh, if I roll a full pow, I'll move the ghoul? Like, it's a 1 in 9 block, mate. Why isn't the ghoul blocking this vampire in from doing like a dodge out and scatter play? Oh my god, he did a dodge out and scatter play. Who could possibly have seen that come in? And then that's the second time that Rainer has lucked out with a scatter catch. That, like, there's no way. And then immediately followed by a snake. The old Crystal Hunter strat. Of just blatantly lying and pretending you did something on purpose. Just an instant 1 in 9 into self-removal. Amazing. He better go there. He had better go there. No, it wouldn't. 0 dice is better. Fill in the gap in the middle is better. Oh, with the ball, yeah. The fact that this has any chance of a dice on it is crazy. There should be no chance of hitting the ball here. I mean, there isn't now that he's dead, but he didn't know that was going to be the case, right? Why did we just blitz? What do I care? One, two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, build a wall and stand the ghoul the other side of it. A wall, a filled wall. Don't. It's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Well, that match was goddamn terrible. Right, we got to go straight into the next one because I'm going to cut these all out as one video. What is the next one? I've forgotten. Oh, it's you, Ajax. Hello, everyone. I mean, it's no point saying hello again, is it? It's going to be one long video. So we have ChickenChaser and his Wood Elves versus Ajax and his Undead. Yeah, not an undead coach doesn't mean anything. They're the basic bitch of playing Blood Bowl, right? Not a vampire coach makes sense. Not an agility coach makes sense. It's like someone saying, I'm not an orc coach, by the way, so I don't really know how they play. So, interestingly here, the Woodies won the toss and they chose to receive. So we might see a Daka. I hope we see a Daka, because then I get to talk about interesting things. I don't see any other reason why you'd receive as Woodies. If you're going to receive, you Daka. Oh, well, the tree's on the LOS, so probably not. And I'm already sad. Oh, definitely not. Okay, this is just awful. Right, if you are the agility team, the armor 7 team, and you're facing off against a team that has 2 mighty blow, and you chose to receive, do not stand there and fight them. The whole point of taking the agency of the kick yourself is to control the flow of the match. And that means you minimize attrition. You maximize your chances of having 11 players to set up on turn 9 and defend. And then you maximize your chances of having players left over on turn 16 to try a 1-turn in case your defense doesn't work. What you don't do is start a fight with undead. You all, like, haven't we set this up to take immediate, just blockless blocks as well? So first action is going to be a blockless block. Second action is going to be I guess, is that a brawler tree? No, it's a grab tree. Oh my god. If you've brought a grab tree, I assume you've done it for the 1-turn. So why didn't you kick and do the 1-turn on turn 8? If you've brought grab for the 1-turn. Also, this is not an anti-blitz setup, is it? What happens if there's a blitz here? You just lose, right? If there's a blitz and the ball is in this area or this area, you just lose. I mean, I assume we were going to re-roll that, right? Because we just opened with a 2+. We have to be in it. We have to have re-rolled that, surely. We're just using catches. Oh my days, and we just instantly 1 in 9 and give it up. Chicken, you have got to learn to Daka, mate. This like, it's not hard. It really isn't hard. Doing a Daka well against a competent opponent can be difficult, but just learning to Daka is not hard. This is awful. It's everything that you could have done wrong. We're using catchers as screens. We in fact have a lino off the pitch, so we've got 1 bench. I didn't see that, but we've got no Apo because of that, which means these catchers are just vulnerable to insta-die-in. I wouldn't even have wasted a skill on the tree, by the way. I'd have absolutely had another dodge on another lino or a skill on a catcher. With a frenzy dancer and a tree, a sidestep catcher makes for an easier 1 turn than a grab tree. Just saying. Well, I was about to say this should be a 3 dice, but obviously Ajax, with his powerful brain, worked out that if he just did a 2 dice, it would kill him. So there we go. Pretty great. However, the microbrain part of Ajax has forgotten to move the rest of his team first. Again, I am forced to remember that I have an amazing idea to sell pitches with safe moves first printed on in giant letters. Are we really not bothering to give this zombie an assist to take a block? That's so many players. It would be the plum, Sliker. I would have the plum face. Just have that printed in the idiot squid. But then don't use the zombie. You use a mummy. Tree doesn't want to mark a mummy. Put the mummy there. The wrestle ghoul could have come round the back of this catcher And then the white blitzer could have gone there to force the catcher to 1 in 9 dodge. And then you can take a 2 dice block. Or you could 1 dice pow him. Why not? Awesome. Okay. Am I picking the worst games on purpose? Is this just on me at this point? Feels like it's on me for not doing any research at this point. Just 1 dice pow Kaz. 2 dice instead of 3 Kaz. So this is the problem in not being able to DACA, right? All we're doing is dodging away and then standing to get based again and to get blitzed. Like, you can't survive that. Sooner or later, you'll 1 in 36. You'll eat too much attrition. You can't survive playing like this. You don't have bench. What a surprise. Failed to dodge, and it's a disaster. And, by the way, why is the ball on the thrower? Like, why is the ball on the thrower? Your side have the ball. You carry on the strip dancer. Because he's blodge. And he's movement 8. And he has leap. You carry on him. Why have we picked up on the thrower? It's bizarre. You could even carry on a catcher if you really wanted to, but I would just carry on the strip dancer. We've got all of our zombies stuck on the tree. Because he had a tree, and you seem to say that, like, you didn't want him to mark 3 zombies. Why were there 3 zombies standing together on the LOS in the first place? Why did that logic not apply to setting up? Why didn't we just split the LOS? Genuinely, I would say 90-odd% of my games I do not set up with a closed center LOS. It's like the worst thing you can do in most situations. It's either a split LOS or an offset LOS. Standing all 3 together in the center is almost never the right thing to do. The only time that's the right thing to do is if you're trying to stop LOS blocks altogether and you've got big guys or guard in the center and like strength 4 either side or something. You can stick 1 zombie on the tree, but sooner or later that zombie's going to die. So what you could also do is just ignore the tree and stay 3 squares away from it. And wait for it to roll a 1. Like, you tie it up if you don't want it. Like, if you don't want it to tag a mummy, you stick a zombie on it, right? If you have to put the mummy like there and you don't want him blitzing the mummy or tagging the mummy, then that's when you tag with a zombie. But in general, you just ignore it. So not that I would suggest going for it, but this wide cage like this gives you an elf sack. A ghoul can easily just do a 5+ dodge in and 1 dice the ball here. That's... elves do that all the time. I would also re-roll that. What I wouldn't do is... You picked the wrong dice. What I wouldn't do is have blocked there without moving this ghoul and this mummy to where they're going to go. And I assume this ghoul there also to where it's going to go. It's like I said, the start of every turn. Let's go back to the start of the turn. So, your first action, your first thought, let's go through how you should think every single turn. You don't have the ball, right? So it's 2 different ways of thinking. When you don't have the ball, the main thing you should think of immediately is, who is my blitz? That should be decided before you do anything or move anyone, including stand people up. Who's my blitz? That's the first thing you decide. Then everything else comes after that. Then you decide who's not rolling dice and who's not waiting on the result of the blitz. And then you move all of those. You stand them up, you move them to where they're going to go, and then you take the blitz. And then finally, you move anyone who was waiting on the result of the blitz. That's it. I say that's it because to me, that is so incredibly simplistic. However, over 90% of Blood Bowl players don't do it. Fucked if I know why, but they don't. If you do that, you will immediately be a better Blood Bowl player. Your win rate will immediately go up because it will remove every single game you lost where your opening action was shit dice. Every quad skulls, every 1 in 81, every 1 in 36 that you did before moving other players goes away. Sure, but to me, discipline is like, I've probably never played an entire game where I've followed my own advice 100%. But what I've normally done is made a lazy mistake on one of the turns. Right? It's not about doing it all the time. A perfect player would do it all the time. Every single turn, every single player would be perfectly done like that. Sometimes I forget to stand someone up. Sometimes I'll call myself out for it normally. I'll be like, oh, I should have done that first. That's lazy. Right? It happens. I don't know if I have played a game, but it probably is unlikely. There's a lot of moves in Blood Bowl. But as long as that's all that you do, that one random lazy error, that's perfectly fine. That doesn't cover the 90%. The 90% just do this, right? We've moved someone. We've moved someone else. We've moved someone else. So far, so good, right? Everything's seeming great. We stand this player up, and because he's the assist, we blitz. This mummy and this ghoul are in no way waiting to respond to the result of this block. If this reroll is another dub skulls, these are horribly out of position. And it could lose you the drive. Which means that this game is now a draw at best. And that's what I mean by that result. If this was another 1 in 36, that result wouldn't be the result. If you would move these properly and they're back in position, back over here, back up there, whatever you're planning on doing with them, whatever you're planning on doing with this ghoul, if they've already all moved, then the dice didn't fuck you. Misclicks happen, stupid brain farts happen, right? And oh look, the mummy moves. And worse, the mummy moves, but we don't move the ghoul. And we're taking a 1 in 27 now. Is the ghoul planning on going near the tree? Like at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is the ghoul planning on coming here? Is it actually waiting for the result of this block? Yeah, he picked the wrong one, Astro. Okay, so the ghoul was coming there. Okay, we'll accept the ghoul coming through there as reason. I wouldn't have done it, by the way. I'd have moved the ghoul back up because I'm not going to reroll. After I've just burnt a reroll on the dub skulls, I'm not rerolling the 1 in 27. I'm eating the double down on both of them, and I want my ghoul in play when this team inevitably moves up there. But at least there was some thinking there. So that one's fine. I don't know what this one's doing, though. And I mean, that is just silly, isn't it? That guy's been standing there that entire time, and then we just move him. And look, this one's definitely wasn't waiting for any of this. So, yeah. No reason for any of that to have happened. Well, we did get the power on the reroll, so... I would probably have pushed the mummy onto the tree. I would probably have pushed the mummy onto the tree. We're probably going to take the block with the tree anyway, because he has done repeatedly. So if we push the mummy and leave the zombie, the mummy needs 2 assists. Like, the other mummy is one of the best assists. And any one of these it's an assist. You maybe break armor on him, and so he can't use him as an assist. I don't want the mummy coming round in front of me, because it's hard to move him. But as he broke armor on the ghoul, it's pretty good anyway, because the mummy can't get in front of you because the tree is there. By the way, he shouldn't have activated the tree there. If he'd 1 in 9, he screws up his entire like defense. With the stun on the ghoul, the body line and the tree are forming a perfect screen. The mummy can't get in front anyway. Yeah, like, I don't know why he did this. If you were going to find a square, the square you should have found is one where the zombie can't base you. Yes, not have them advance down the field against a fast team and then have them walk past. to me, again, I would probably, by the way, have hit the tree at some point when he ran backwards and hoped I could knock it down and it doesn't stand back up. But to me, the best defense against a team that's sort of like half dackering is to keep my entire team spread across the width of the pitch and move down together, like a few squares at a time, the speed of the mummy. I don't run the ghouls off by themselves and, run people back and run, like, I wouldn't do any of that. I keep my team together in pairs and advance as a unit. See, none of this matters, right? Because they're elves, they just walk away. So you can't let, as you said, you can't let the mummies get left behind. They're not currently part of the defense. So what's happening right now, you might want to cover your ears, Ajax, for a couple of minutes, is exactly why in third season... Is it worth it? Yeah, probably. I don't know if it's what I would have done, but it's a 2+ because he's got block. And it allows him to dodge out on a 2+, which makes the defensive screen stronger. So yeah, it was fine. So 1 in 36, but he was having to roll 1 in 36s that turn no matter what. There was 1 with the ball, there was 2 with the dodge pieces. Like, he was going to have to roll 1 in 36s. I don't know if it was. I mean, probably move the ball up first as the primary 1 in 36 before you move your players around, because if you fail the 1 in 36 with the ball, you want it to be bouncing in amongst all of your elves. That's probably the first action. But it's really hard because then these have to make 1 in 36s to defend the ball. Yeah, that's the same thing. But if it's Dubskulls, it was going to be a 1 in 36 dodge. So it's the same thing, which is why you do the dodge with the ball first, because if your first action happens to be a 1 in 36, you want it to be the ball scattering amongst your elves, the slightly better, yeah, we are, slightly better than, the dancer running off and removing one of the players that's defending the inevitable ball sack. So I would move the ball first. But the 1 dice as the blitz is fine. What I was going to say was, this is one of the reasons, the strength of agility teams against players who aren't great at defense. It's why when you look at the current stats in third season, even though agility teams have been nerfed and there's more tackle, the most popular team is Old World Alliance. In tabletop, the average game that you play is against someone very bad. So the agility teams all get a buff. Like, they get a bad player buff. But if you look at the winners of the tournaments, it's not the agility teams. So the agility teams have good win rates because they win in those first games. Like, if you go to a 6-game tournament, your first 3 games are against, randos, essentially. Unless you're unlucky. There's normally only, half a dozen decent players at a tournament. And so unless you're unlucky, your first games are against randos. If you've got an agility team, you're more likely to beat a tabletop level rando than anything else, because this happens. They're fast and they come with dodge. So you just run around people. So they get a buff. But what they're not doing is then beating the better players with the better teams at the end of tournaments to win the tournaments. When they come up against a decent player in game 4 or game 5 and they've brought Orcs or Old World Alliance or Nurgle, they're getting smashed. So they're not winning the tournaments. But if you go 4-0-2 at a 6-game tournament, that's a great win rate. That's a 66% win rate. You didn't win the tournament, but you got a 66% win rate. So that's why it's hard to look at NAF statistics and draw conclusions about whether or not agility teams have been nerfed. Oh, well, they all seem fine. They've all got like 54% win rates. That's why they got 54% win rates. What I want to see is the win rates of those agility teams played against other good players with Old World Alliance. And I very much suspect it's a lot fucking lower than 54%. But this is a very good example of that, right? Ajax has lost it a bit with the defense. He was too spread out, didn't keep his team together, didn't keep any good defensive shapes. And so the Woodies haven't snaked, so they get to score. It's not that Ajax played incredibly badly. It's just you have to play more precisely when trying to defend against teams that are fast with dodge. And even middling coaches find that difficult to do. So that, like, as I said, Chicken didn't play very well, didn't DACA, got his team smashed up, but all he's done is roll a bunch of dodges and he's fine. Yes. So that is the correct thinking, by the way, Ajax. When it gets to a point like this, that is absolutely the correct thinking. How can I force this guy to score before turn 8? That is at least the correct thinking to do. And then, you know, how do you decide which way to do that? There are two options you've got here, in my opinion. One is blitz the easy target and surround him in this like L shape. Force him down the corner. Or two, blitz the hard target of the dancer and jam in on the ball itself. The problem with jamming in on the ball is you can't get behind him. Oh, wait, you can. He's got a ghoul. Never mind, you can get behind him. Okay, jamming in on the ball is fine. I didn't realize you got the ghoul all the way up there. So jamming in on the ball is a perfectly fine thing. The problem you've got with the plan of jamming in on the ball is you're blitzing a hard target. If you don't roll a POW, you can't do it as well. You can still do it, you just can't do it as well if he's still standing. But I wouldn't hate if you blitz the dancer. Like, it's very tempting always to blitz a dancer. And we've got a nice, easy assist for the blitz as well. Like, this zombie can't really do a lot. It's a perfect assist, right? So I wouldn't mind seeing that if you blitz that. I also wouldn't mind seeing you blitz the catcher and just come around in front and, like, stick 2 players there, 2 players there, 2 players there, bring these up. Just force an earlier score. What you don't want to do is allow a breakaway. So one of the things, in my opinion, that would lead me to blitz the catcher is that. If you blitz this and you don't knock him down, you're giving him like dice to roll to get the ball to this catcher and be over here. I never like really giving your opponent just, dice to roll. I've seen it too many times where your opponent just rolls a 5+ and they score anyway. Okay. As we established earlier, I do not pre-watch these games. But we've just established why I would have blitzed the catcher. That's the reason, isn't it? It's a good. I like it when stuff like that happens, Ajax. Like it's a good teaching moment. Okay. Comedy removal. I mean, the stall that he's doing here is a stall that's likely to end in a 2-turn for you, at least. Like, this is not a stall that stalls till turn 8. There was a stall on the table that stalled till turn 8. It just required rolling more dice. The turn 8 stall is you blitz him after dodging from tackle with the Frenzy Dancer. Because if you knock him down and you give him the ball, he's out of reach of everyone. So then these players just come and screen, and you can probably fall back and stall till turn 8. So that to me is the turn 8 stall play. If you get a full pow, even better, right? If you full pow him, you've got the Dancer still standing. You don't have to utilize the wrestle to put him on the ground. So that would be something I would probably spend some of my turn thinking about. But 2 turns are not that easy against a full team of woodies. So maybe it's worth playing the slightly safer version because the ball moves first in this version. But I don't think there's any way that if you... Yeah, but they're KOs, aren't they? Oh, no, wait, these 2 Kaz. Okay, never mind. I thought they were KOs. I didn't realize he'd taken 2 Kaz. Oh, it was really early on when it was like the first 2 turns and I laughed at them. Yeah, okay. All right, never mind. With the removals that he's taken, I would absolutely do that play. Because if you look at going here, which is what he does, you have to roll 2 snakes minimum, probably 3, to protect the ball. Anyway, or you still get sacked. So yeah, that's the play. You blitz him. Hope you don't get pushes into pushes. If you do, then you probably just give him the 2-turn and hope it's a deep kick or something. But you need the down. And then you give him the ball, and then he buggers off out of range, completely untouchable. Because he can only reach there. If he's on the ground there, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, he can only reach there. So he's untouchable, and then you got to stall another turn, right? So you then dodge these players in that direction to go and help to stall the last turn. So this was the safest play, right? Because that was a 1 in 9, rather, a 1 in 9 into a 1 in 36. And if he gets even pushes, it's 1 in 36 and he's still free. So that cuts down on the number of 36s, 1 in 36s. So this turned out to be the safest play, which is totally fine. But it almost guarantees that you're going to give up a 2-turn, which I wouldn't like. That one's a head scratcher. So after removing a 1 in 36 with this play, he added a 1 in 36 by not having this be the defense. That's also quite a weird choice. Maybe he's giving himself the option of trying to give him the ball and stall the final turn. I would rather do that with a catch piece. Catcher would have been good for that. So this one probably should have come up here. You just want to stop him moving to the left. He's not going to want to move backwards. The stall to turn 8 is this direction. Oh no, we are letting him try this. Have you not, he stood in the middle really, really obviously and blatantly. I guess it's hard because you can't get away from him. Yeah, okay, never mind. He can't really get away from him. So he's probably not going to do the breakaway. Cheeky little regen. Alright, so we get to see a 2-turn. What have the Woody's got? 3, 6, 9, 10. Okay. I don't know why these two are in the middle like this. Like, they should be symmetrical, right? There's no reason for him to not be there and him to not be there. There's also no real reason for them not to be on the outside completely. Because they've got dodge, right? So there's no real reason for the dodge pieces to not be outside and force dice rolling. Quad skulls do happen, dub skulls do happen, and burn a reroll. So ideally, these would be out, this would be here, and these would be here. Because the middle is harder to go through because there's a tree in the middle. And the blitzes are obviously going to be the outside ones, so you don't have to worry about your thrower being blitzed. Because there's a dancer behind him. So he should be there, he should be there, he should be there, he should be there, and then the dancers should be a couple back to be able to come around no matter what's happening. Force some dice is what should be happening. You could also not not have the LOS guys in the center with the tree. The tree is basically holding by himself, right? It's insane to try and knock a tree down with a blockless mummy to push up the middle. So putting these to the side forces blocks on them and pushes happen. And now you've got another player on the wide. It's not so much that it's a stupid block because it's a blockless block. It's why is that the block? This, you know what this brings back to me, by the way? I mentioned the other day, I'm pretty certain this is a thing. I have no evidence for this, right? But I'm pretty certain this is a thing. I'm assuming you're right-handed, Ajax. Most people are, obviously. I think it's like 10% or 15% or something who are left-handed. People who are right-handed unconsciously favor the right side. The left side is better to push up here. So if this was reversed, then it'd still be a stupid block to take. But it wouldn't be on a dodge piece. It would be on the non-dodge piece. You mean the movement 8 strip ball, Ajax, who can reach anywhere on the pitch? Yeah, he is on the left. I do. Like, I've talked about it a lot on my own streams. Like, when there's no real difference, symmetrically, I always go right. I have to override myself when there's very minor differences. Yeah, nobody... that is technically correct, but I don't think I've ever given a shit about trapdoors in my life. But when there's tiny, tiny differences in the symmetrical setup... Thank you for the follow. When there's tiny differences in a mostly symmetrical setup and the left is slightly better, I have to, like, check myself because I will automatically still set up to go right. It's a weird thing. And people can find themselves, therefore, going right when the left is better. When it's a complicated, certainly when it's a complicated scenario where there's forget NAF style, where there's usually only one skill per person. In like a progression match in leagues and ladders, when there's multiple skills on different players and it's hard to like quickly assess which is better, left or right, people will just then set up right. Or if they're left-handed, left. It's quite a strange but easily explainable still phenomenon. Like, you will just see it. People just go right. So if for example, I'm playing Chorfs, and I'm setting up a mostly symmetrical setup, but I've got a block bull and a block tackle bull, I put my block tackle bull on the left because my opponent will usually go up the right. even if I've done the non-symmetrical setup, because people will regularly just set up the way they're used to setting up. It's what we talk about when I say, you know, like I spent a lot of time training my autopilot to just do things without thinking. Like when I start a turn, if you watch me play and I'm doing, like I'm not, you know, talking about movies or whatever, you will hear me. I try to verbalize it too. Right, he's just a stand, he's just a stand, he's doing here, he's doing this. I taught myself that. Like I have one of the best turn orderings in the game because I spent time talking. And the reason I did it wasn't to be the best player, although that is what you should do. It was more self-serving than that. It was because I recognized that I was going to play a lot of games. Back when I was ill and spamming games, back when I lived in the warehouse and I was sick and I would play games for like 12 hours at a time, I realized that I couldn't do that, right? Mentally, I couldn't be locked in for, 8 games of Blood Bowl a session or something. So I knew I was going to need a good autopilot. I knew I was going to need to have my unthinking play be as good as possible. Everyone should have their unthinking play be as good as possible, but I had a reason to do it. So my autopilot is excellent. And it's why my results were really good, even when I was playing incredible amounts of games, because I just didn't need to turn it on most of the time. My autopilot was good enough to beat regular players, and I would only have to, therefore, focus if the opponent was someone I recognized as being good, or if the racial team matchup was bad. I would lock in to try and, offset the differences. But for the rest of the games, I could mentally relax a bit, and it would keep it easier on me. So if you are someone who plays a lot of games of Blood Bowl, if you do spam games in ladder or arena or whatever, you should double down on your efforts to have a better autopilot. Can we also talk about Ajax? These free movement ghouls standing around while we take a blockless block and a blitz and stuff. Why are they not just moving first? That would be exactly what I was just talking about. I thought you just said I know because it was a stupid thing to do. Block a dodge guy with a mummy for no reason. So in my opinion, I would have tried a handoff. So because you've got 4 ghouls and 2 whites, all of whom could score, I would have tried a handoff this turn. I would have had 2 ghouls back and seen if one of them could get a handoff and could run up the pitch somehow. So you want one ghoul like 14 squares back. No, sorry, not 14. Less than 18 squares back. So 13, 14, 15, 16. Probably there. One ghoul right there. And one ghoul a couple behind the mid screen. So if the kick had worked out well for you, you could try the handoff, and then the ball would be on the person you want to score on, because you can just do a couple rushes to be in range. Leaving all of the dice until the final turn is a problem. Because you can have 4 scoring threats, right? You can have the other 2 ghouls and the 2 whites. They're all scoring threats. Yeah, you don't throw a pass. That's insanity. And one of the ways that, like, because now even if say this ball was up here, even if he gets a strip, the odds of him getting a strip and getting the ball and getting that ball safe are much lower, right? Whereas right now you have to throw a pass. You literally can't hand off. You're so far back with the ball that you have to throw a pass. No one ever wants to throw a pass. You got, like, ghouls of 4+ passing, and that's only on 3 squares. So you're probably going to have to throw a 5+ pass. So you've already lowered the odds of scoring to a minimum of 55%. Which kind of sucks. And this has made it worse. Yeah, and now this has made it all kinds of worse. This is looking now like a 6+ pass. On top of the 1 in 9 dodge. Which immediately fails. So yeah, not a very well thought out 2-turn. However, barring a leap sack, and as you've got 3 guard, it should always be red dice. This ball should never either be out of range of the dancer, or if it is in range of the dancer, it should either be in a Vengabus or with guard corners on the cage at all times. There should never be a leap 1 dice on the ball. I'll be honest with you, I'd punch the tree. I would genuinely punch the tree. It's pretty shit, right? The twat magnet thing is real. But it's only 50% to stand up. Woody trees don't have timber. So I would probably have set up to punch the tree. Just a stun, but that's okay. Where's the blitz? Him. He's blitzing there. Okay, who's not doing anything then, and where are they going? And just to be clear, this is not, like I said, to me it's simple, right? But it's simple to know, and then you have to actively think about it for some time until it becomes something that is essentially like mind muscle memory. So it's not simple to just get right immediately, because what you're actually doing is unlearning a bad habit, which is not, like, you know, not easy ever to unlearn a bad habit. Because the bad habit is bad turn ordering. That's the thing that you're trying to unlearn. So you absolutely don't want to take this block without moving these two players, and certainly without moving this white. Because the problem with the white is when he takes a block, he bases him. Don't want to take the ball out. Why is the white still there? Oh no, why are we basing a mummy? Oh, what are we doing? Why are we just basing everyone? Oh, because we're one dice in the mummy. Well, that was fortunate. For some reason, we've given up a block here on this woody. We've given up a block on this woody. Yeah, this video is going to be forever. I'm fine with it. It's okay. It's mostly been good for learning, right? I was going to say, I normally charge 20 quid for this, Ajax, but it's not actually true. If I was charging you, as in we were doing coaching, I wouldn't be talking about the other team at all, and I'd swear a lot less. Oh no! Why are we doing a rush? Why are we doing a rush? The ball was fine! Ugh. Ajax, by any chance, do you watch Devo a lot? And therefore, the subdivisions of Devo, like tree and nut. Yeah. You can almost always tell people who came from the Devo camp. Tree has plateaued as a player because of in part because of this problem. Unnecessary 1 in 36s. Right, explain to me. Here we go, Ajax. This is a good little learning experiment, right? You wanted to do a rush to get to there, right? To be behind the guard. What does being behind the guard do for you? What's the positive of being there? How does it stop the leaping? If the ghoul is there, we have 2 other ghouls. If the ghoul is there, you can put the 2 other ghouls like here. He shouldn't have come back here. I get why you were scared about it because of him, but he should have gone up here. Because you should have already realized that you needed the ball was going to end up here. The alternative, by the way, because he can only reach there, was to pick up the ball and just stand there. Stand in this square. If you don't think you can get the ball safe, the best place for the ball is out of reach of everyone. So you just click on the players. Okay, he can reach there, so I can't stand in Chunt's column. He can reach there. He can reach there. He would have to dodge through and could reach there. So just go and stand here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can get there next turn. You can arrange a cage, etc. But you could have made it safe by just standing in this square, utilizing this player, and then stick him in as the Vengabus, and you've got a complete Vengabus. There's never, if you don't have to roll a dice, don't roll a dice, because what happened to you will happen to everyone sooner or later. And as I said, every single unnecessary, even 2+, is a 3% chance of disaster. And it is the difference why very good coaches are still separated by win rate percentages. A 70% coach is a very good coach, but 75% coaches exist. Those little things right there are the difference. Devo is a very good coach, right? Devo is in the top echelon of Blood Bowl players. I have a better win rate than Devo almost everywhere we've played. That's why. The amount of games that Devo has lost to an unnecessary 1 in 36. That's like imagine that just translates directly to win rate. That's 3%. So if Devo's a 72% coach and I'm a 75% coach, what you just saw is why. Doesn't mean I'm better than him. Doesn't mean that when we play that 1 in 36 is going to happen in our game. But it's the overall why some top tier coaches have better win rates than others. It doesn't translate directly to individual games because that 1 in 36 doesn't happen every game, obviously. Could have stood next to the mummy and done a little screen around him with the other 2 ghouls. Anything other than rolling an unnecessary rush. Because it's not even that there was the 1 in 36, right? Because it's the ball carrier, it's a 1 in 6 to burn a reroll, which is just as bad this early in the drive. I mean, maybe not just as bad, obviously, but it's still very bad this early in the drive to burn a reroll. And that happens 1 in 6 times, a hell of a lot less. It's not actually a direct translation because, you know, sometimes the 1 in 36 unnecessary failure won't cost you the game. Like right here, that's a very lucky scatter, right? That 1 in 36 could have also scattered through these and you just lose the game. Whereas here, that's not going to necessarily be the case because that's a very lucky scatter. But yes, in general, if you do the certain things right, your win rate goes up. If you cut down on unnecessary dice rolls to the bare minimum, your win rate will go up. If you turn order correctly, your win rate will go up. If you set up correctly, your win rate will go up. Because it will remove every game that you lost because of either bad dice on turn 1 or getting blitzed on. And these are things that everyone can learn. It doesn't matter if you're just not that great at the puzzle-solving strategy side of Blood Bowl. If you like playing Blood Bowl, then so be it. But those things, everyone can learn, and therefore everyone can increase their win rate. Every single person. That is the world's weirdest... Oh, he's going to try and come in and chain here. Okay, that's okay. Oh, wow, he really, really wanted the POW. Gets a removal, too. On the tackle, that's huge. So this is actually an interesting choice of exactly what you choose to do to try and sack this blodger. I think I would risk the 1 in 36 with the mummy. I would put this ghoul there and stand this ghoul up, and then I'd risk the 1 in 36 to get 3 dice with that mummy into 3 dice with that mummy. I think that's what I would do. Because it's only 40% for just getting a straight POW, but you get another 40% and then another 40% with a reroll. And if you do hit him, if you do get the POW, Mighty Blows in play, and a Dancer could leave the pitch. Seeing as you've just lost your tackle, that's massive. And a 1 in 36 is a hell of a lot easier than the 1 in 9 to hit him with Wrestle. So that's what I would do. Oh, you don't actually have to use this ghoul. You can use the zombie here. I didn't see that, sorry. So the zombie can come here, and you could have the ghoul for whatever happens after the hopeful sack. Good. 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 Didn't re-roll there because it wasn't necessary. Good. Gets the POW. Perfectly expected on 6 dice. Mighty Blow doesn't do anything, which is very sad. But that's an amazing scatter. Would I have dodged him first? Probably not. I think I would have dodged this ghoul. The 1 in 9 on him is a lot less damaging than the 1 in 9 on him. So I would probably have dodged this one first. Did we forget to block with the white? He didn't stand up, did he? He's white. He's got a white square on him. Circle. I'm an idiot. Why didn't we hit the thrower? Alright, we'll put that down to a brain fart. Probably best to have only 1 brain fart per game. Because it's allowing this, isn't it? So you get stripped because you didn't take the block? Okay. Doesn't get the 5+ pickup. Which would, at that point, would probably be game losing. Good that we moved the zombie first. Wait, what? Okay, we want to put the ball back on that ghoul. So a 3 dice with the mummy was almost certainly better. It is a 1 in 27 instead of a 1 in 36, but it is a 40% POW over a 30% POW, and more importantly, the ghoul is still free to pick up the ball. Because as long as you pick up on a blockless ghoul, the sack with the dancer includes a 2. So it's a 2+, not a 3+. Wow, okay. So we just dodge without dodge when we have got a dodge piece here who's definitely going to dodge. So that should happen first to come round. I'm not certain the second dodge was worth it, and now we're having to use our last reroll on a rush. And part of the reason for doing all of that and having to do that is that you don't have block on this, right? If this school had the ball, an exposed corner isn't terrible because it's blodge. So it's got very messy. It's turn 13 next. We're on no rerolls at that point. So we do, in fact, have to now give it absolute all to turn order correctly because we've only got 2 block on the pitch. Talking of turn ordering correctly, that would be why you have to care about turn ordering correctly. That's just made things a hell of a lot easier. However, what is the plan? What do we do here? Kind of interesting, isn't it? In my opinion, we greed surf the dancer. And I'm not kidding, by the way. That is my actual opinion of what I would do. Because they still got 4 turns. With no rerolls, if I get rid of one of the dancers, that's great. So, I would blitz with the ghoul to hit the dancer to there and come back to stand there. Put this mummy here. Put the ball there. Stand this one here and this ghoul here. 3 dice on him with the mummy and then 2 dice to surf the dancer. That's probably what I would do. A surfed dancer and a mighty blowed thrower could be good. I do not hate what I suspect you're going to do, which is blitzing him with block and trying to move the ball up the field. The problem is it's really hard to move the ball up the field safely. That's the big problem. It's really hard to move this ball up the field safely. There's no real place you can reach with the mummies who are needed to defend. So let's see how safe this ends up. We're going to do a rush, aren't we? Oh, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we're not going to do a rush, but it's not safe because there's not a guard corner. So, it's in a cage, but there's no guard protecting this square. So this is the turn for a classic woody leap sack. What we should have done the blitz. Got the POW. This ghoul moves to that square. Then the guard goes where the ghoul is. So you have guard diagonals, guard corners. And then the ball is pretty safe. You got the POW, so didn't need anything special. Full POW'd the dancer, which is amazing. So now this is the obvious problem, isn't it? If he gets this leap sack, you're in some trouble. I don't know why he's gone there. I'm worried he's not going to do it. Going there is crazy when obviously there's where you want to go. Wow, okay. Well, that was a lot of bad dice. What? No, that's the correct leap spot. Haruka. That's the only leap spot. Why? So the way leap works is, it just takes the highest modifier of either the square you're leaping from or the square you're leaping to. So because the square he's leaping to is the highest modifier, unless he leaps from a square that has like 4 tackle zones, it doesn't matter. So he leaps from the closest square, so he has more movement left afterwards. If he runs all the way round for no reason, really, then he's just wasting movement. It's okay. You explained why, so we get to explain why that's wrong. And now you know. Sure, but because the ball isn't on the blodger, it's essentially a 50-50 roll to 2+ the ball on turn for him, turn 13, but for Ajax, turn 14, I'd have re-rolled it. The problem with thinking I might get another go next turn is that your dancer is armor 7. Yeah, the catcher move-in was pointless. He should have gone there, and then you have the catcher as a possibility, like, to give the ball to him and run off, right? You have a breakaway player. Okay. I'm not certain going around the top was better. I think standing there was fine. I'm not certain of that, but I think just standing there was fine. The problem with going around the top is, if he rolls the dice with the dancer now, it's an easier leap. If he just goes and bases this guy, and he leaps to this square, it's an easier leap. And also, he doesn't have to waste this guy around the back to tag him. If he was there, he'd have to tag him, or it'd be a red dice. So the wrestle should have been there. Doing the first rush, I think, was necessary, kind, because this guy could one dice him. But the second rush is pointless. I don't like basing the ball and then not basing everyone else as best you can. He should have based the white there. And he should dodge and base the mummy. And so on and so on. We should be basing everyone to force an earlier score. Yeah, okay, you take hits. But with no rerolls, is he going to even take the hit with the mummy at that point? He's probably just going to score, right? If you base everyone up. He's probably just going to score and give you, like, a horrendously long drive for Woodies. Anything more than a one turn is a long drive for Woodies. For those at home wondering, a 2+ is worse than a 1 in 9 dodge with dodge. So he should have dodged this player. He should have dodged the dancer. And then he dodges these two. So what do you do if you're the undead here? You want to stall, obviously. You don't want to give the Woodies the 2-turn. You want to stall. And it is possible. We've got the mummy. You can come up here. So that's where he can go. The ghoul here is massive. The ghoul being able to come down here is massive. So we just blitz him with the white after moving the mummy, the ghoul, and the zombie. And then we move the ball over this side. He can't be in Chunt's column, though, because of strip. He can't stand in Chunt's column. He has to stand in this column, which does make it more difficult. But he can stand between two guards and guarantee red dice. The problem is, it's a free red dice. So Chunt's column is this column here, Haruka, where if you get powed or stripped, the ball, you can get knocked to the left and the ball can go in the crowd. So normally you never want to stand in this column if there's a possibility that you're going to get hit. But in this case, it's difficult to avoid Chunt's column safely. It is, yeah. So I'll tell the story quickly. People in YouTube at this point are probably sick of it. So I used to just insult this column. It was idiots column, twats column. And then I got so annoyed at people standing it by the end that I called it cunts column. But you can't use that word a lot on YouTube videos or you get demonetized. And so because all of the streamers tend to end up copying each other, Jim accidentally caught himself calling it that. And of course, Jim put a lot more on YouTube back then. I've only recently started a YouTube, right? So we were watching a game that Crystal Hunter played, and a lot of people call Crystal Hunter Chunter. I call him Crystal, but other people call him Chunter. And he kept doing it. In fact, he keeps doing it to this day. And it just came up. I think someone in chat we called it that, and then someone in chat said Chunt's column, and we were all like, oh my God, I can't believe we missed it. It's genius. And now it's just stuck. It might not have stuck as much as it did if it wasn't for the fact that, I don't know when it was now, a while ago, Crystal Hunter, and I'm going to use air quotes that you can't see, retired from Blood Bowl, and he made this giant like A4 post about his reasoning for retiring from Blood Bowl, and it was all about like, you know, you do the right things and the dice screw you. It was basically like dice whinging. So we watched the game. He'd lost a cup game. We watched the game, and it had nothing to do with dice. He lost the game because he stood in Chunt's column and Chunt's square, which is this one, 3 times. And all 3 of them he got sacked, and the ball went in the crowd. And that was why he lost the game. And we were like, oh, that's it now. It's etched into the fucking tombstone of history that this is Chunt's column. Move the ghoul. No! Move the ghoul. Oh, he stayed there. And followed. And scored. Okay, I don't really know. You could still have stalled, I think. I get why you don't want to stall, right? I totally get why you don't want to stall. You don't want to lose the game. You don't want it to be because of something you did. So I get it. I totally get it. And I'm not going to say you shouldn't have scored. That's not the case. I probably would have tried to stall because I wouldn't have give Woodies a 2-turn. Even bad players can score a 2-turn with a team like Woodies. That's the problem. Right, so this absolutely should be chevrons. And to me, so how I would set up here is to force the most dice possible because he hasn't got any rerolls. So I would chevron with the mummies on the outside. Because the mummies are not going to be any use next turn. So their use should be to guarantee that he has to come down the middle. Because if he comes down the middle, it's easier to collapse in on him. It gives him... Whereas if he comes down one side, the players on this side can't help. And also to come down the middle, you have to do dodges. You have to do blocks. And he's got no rerolls. Please, for the love of God, tell me you're not about to set up in cups to stop a 2-turn. Okay, so what you needed to do at this point, Ajax, based on how many times you've moved these players, is press pause, find a weed dealer, apologize to Chicken that you're going to need 15 minutes, and calm the fuck down. Because this is mental. Yeah. And you've ended up in just nothing. This is not anything, is it? This is a 2-dice block on a blockless ghoul to just have people in scoring range. The middle is separated, so he can even just roll a couple of dodges to get players in the middle as scoring threats. This is nothing. So simple chevrons is what you needed here. Mummies on the outside, simple chevrons. Jammed in the middle. Nothing to overthink. Simple chevrons. Why would you need the mummies? For what? The players that are going to be useful are going to be the players that can move, i.e. the ghouls. To 3-die what? You think he's going to give the ball to someone within 3 squares of a mummy? I don't know if you noticed while playing the game, but they're pretty fucking slow. So, from the... I haven't talked so much about the Woody side because Ajax is here, so it's natural to talk to the team, the person here. But as far as Chicken is concerned, you absolutely shouldn't stand on the middle square with a movement 7 player if you are almost certainly intending to throw a pass. You should be 1 square back or 2 squares back if you want to be risky. Because the reason is... right, if the ball is up here, he doesn't have sure hands anyway. So if it lands in the first couple of rows, you're just going to pick up on the person who's carrying the ball, right? So it doesn't matter that if you stay at the back, you can't reach it. What does matter is if you're standing in the middle and it's a deep kick, you've just made this not a 2+ pass. So standing in the middle is a terrible idea. He should be 2 squares back, maybe 3 squares back even. Because like I said, if the ball lands up here, you're just picking it up on someone, so it doesn't matter. You're not throwing a pass on purpose, you. So this just being a block is borderline insane. Why is the dancer not... So the guys you want down here as scoring threats are the guys who are hardest to knock down. So both dancers should be down there. What the blue hell are we doing there? What? Why are we adding a dodge? No way. You've got dodge. Just cut the corner. Wait, how has he got a reroll? He got a reroll off the kickoff and pissed it away with a completely unnecessary rush. Who's this guy throwing a pass to? There's an interesting question, isn't it? There's no relay. He hasn't left a relay in place. So this guy isn't throwing a pass that's not a 3+ at least. Well, I'm so glad you utilized both mummies so effectively. Fuck that elf in particular. The catcher's on the ground. He's not throwing a pass to him, is he? Why is everyone marking the catcher? I know woody catchers are good. But why isn't just the tackler standing there? And then we got the ghoul to go somewhere else. All right, well, we definitely have... Oh, God, he's done a block... Well, he's done a blockless blitz, so there we go. We don't have to worry about anything. We would have had to worry about something if he hadn't pissed away his free reroll on an utterly irrelevant rush, but now we don't, so... Glorious 1 in 9 there. I can't believe that was only game 2. That was one of the longest things ever. Anyway, at least there was a lot of stuff in there, like that was learning, because Ajax was here. I've got to do another game. I had a 3rd game sorted for this, and that was supposed to be the good one. I'm just going to go straight into it and just pile in whatever. This will be like a 3-hour video. All right, we've got Alessus and his Old World Alliance versus, what's his name? Painkiller Jane or something? He's called Sam Stillweather online. Painkiller Blade. That's it, yeah. I don't normally make things personal, but can I mock someone who's called Painkiller Blade? Unless he's like 13. As people, not very many do I mock, Flute. I mock Blood Bowl. Give me a sec, I'm just checking if that phone call was anything important. Right. So, as this video is really long anyway, my mum just left the hospital, so I'm just swapping some messages with her a sec. Probably this evening, Ajax. Yes, so I did two of your games, Flute. I did Kind versus Puppet, the first one. I did, yeah. I'd say it again. In round one, I did Kind versus Puppet, Run Bad versus Itchy, and Flute versus Ajax. In round 2, I did Kraken versus Von Roo, Flute versus Real Human, and Tree versus Slop. And then now, today, I just did Rainer and Cicuit, and Chicken and Ajax. Yeah, I picked Real Human because, like I said, he recently joined the channel because I beat him like 4-0 in Arena, so he came to learn, which is just like the best result you could hope for when beating someone. Quite possibly, late. I don't remember. I don't remember anything the next day. So after this, I'll cut it out and put it on YouTube. You can all enjoy it. Because after this, I'm hopefully going to be playing some Call of Duty. All right. So, who's who? I've already forgotten. Right. So, Painkiller is Necro, and Alessus is Old World Alliance. So the setup is terrible, isn't it? From the Necro, like even against a slowish team like Old World Alliance, this just gives up way too much around the sides in case of a blitz. Totally unnecessarily. Interesting that he's got a block golem. I don't hate it, by the way. You know what I've come to think? Quite breaking with traditional thought. I think guard is kind of overrated. Like, you want guard, you want enough guard to have 2 dice blocks. But I don't like it when I see, like, humans, for example, right? Humans show up and they've not only given their 3 other blitzers guard, they've regularly given their ogre guard, and they've given, like, a human lino guard. Like, haha, I have 5 guard now. And it's like, okay, but who are you fighting? Are you fighting 4 guard orcs? Because you're still going to lose that fight. That 5th guard isn't making any difference. What is 5 guard doing for you against dark elves that 3 guard isn't doing? Like, it's weird. Like, we've always had this idea that you should just spam as much guard as possible because guard is such a good skill. But in NAF style, I'm not entirely certain that it is. Like, it's a new thought, so it hasn't had time to, you know, germinate yet. But I'm pretty positive, and obviously everything's going to change in 3rd season again. So it won't even get time to germinate. I'm sad that I didn't think about it like a long time ago. But like, whenever I see humans play in these tournaments, and I have done for the last like years, all I'm ever thinking is, you could have given a different skill to one of those blitzers. You could have given frenzy to one of those blitzers and outplayed people instead of, I don't know, having more guard, that just having it exist and still losing every fight against orcs and dwarves and undead and probably necro, and like, it's weird. It's not every team. Like, some teams, guard like exaggerates what they are, right? So orcs having that amount of guard exaggerates that they're the strong bully team. But humans are not the strong bully team, so guard is not exaggerating anything. Humans are fast. Guard doesn't synergize with speed. Frenzy, however, very much synergizes with speed. And I don't think I've seen a human team with Frenzy. Because they always seem to think, oh, well, I've put Mighty Blow Tackle on one of my blitzers, so I have to use all the others for guard. You don't, not really. 2 guard on the blitzers and 1 on the auger. That's enough guard to get 2 dice blocks anywhere you want. Maybe you can put something else on the 4th blitzer. A second tackle, a frenzy. Something interesting. Anyway. That's why I don't hate that he's gone block on this golem. Yeah, it loses him a guard, but it makes this golem safer. The Europeans, by the way, like, I don't know when it was, like before Poverty Bowl, so the year before last, the Europeans, when they got a stack on Necro, instead of going like Blodge Wolf or even Mighty Blow Tackle, would go block guard on a fleshy for stability. I don't hate it. I don't like it as much as Blodge on a ghoul, but I don't hate it. Stability is important. Stability always favors the better of the 2 coaches. So if you think that's going to be you, then stable things should appeal to you. Look, he can just safely make a 2 dice block at the start, and he doesn't need guard because he's strength 4. And then that's the end of where nice things happen, because there's a fucking zombie there taking a block for no reason at all. With the ball on the ground, with no one near it, no one moved. Blockless block. No. Haruka is the answer. Yes, in like a league or a ladder, but NAF style, it depends on like what you get. If you get stacks, you maybe, but probably not even then. I'm not a massive Burt's expert, obviously. They've literally just been released, and I have never played them. But they're not good, is the problem. They just from the look of them, they seem to play best as a star player caddy. So if Burt's can't have a star player in the rule set, then yeah, I wouldn't take them. Because the catchers and the throwers are shit. So you just won like 2 Grail Knights, a load of peasants, and a star player, which is almost always Scrog. Yeah, but Scrog can get banned. You don't need Scrog. Like, you can still play like Mighty Zugbert, assuming he can play from. I don't actually remember. There we go. You can play star player. No. No is the answer. No. None of that is correct. There's no such thing as a really safe pass game for a start. Speed 7 is not great. they're in the bottom third of teams in Blood Bowl. And bear in mind that the bottom third is 10 teams and 5 of them are stunties. I didn't say they were stunty bad, but they're not far off. Yes, that is the correct build. But unfortunately, it requires tournaments that allow Berts to have a star player, which are not very common. A star player at all is not that common, kind. Quite often, Berts are not in a tier that are allowed star players. Like, not all tiers are allowed star players at all tournaments. America, by the way, is slightly different, obviously. America are far more loosey-goosey with their tournaments. Yeah. Okay, you should check what star players they're allowed, Haruka. If they're allowed Scrog, then you should be playing Scrog. Is Scrog a megastar? Or do you mean any outside of megas as defined by the rulebook? Or have they defined their own megastars? The FAQ. The NAF FAQ? One FAQ. Wasn't that like 2 lines? Yes. I don't think so, no. So you should check if you can take Scrog, Haruka. If you can take Scrog, then buy Scrog. Buy 2 Grail Knights. Buy the rest of your team. And then see if you have any money left over to upgrade one of your peasants to a catcher. Otherwise, don't take any catchers. And there's your team. Because they're expensive and they don't bring anything that you give a shit about. Because you're not going to carry on a catcher. You're going to carry on a Grail Knight. So your money is better off being spent elsewhere on Scrog. Let's go back to this mess of a game. Ugh, blitz forward. Blitzed forward. Yeah, and even if you can fit a catcher in, it's not necessarily what you choose anyway, right? Depending on the money and stuff. It might be worth taking a thrower instead as a leader caddy, which also is an option. I don't remember how expensive Burt rerolls are. Are they still expensive? I don't have the Season 3 info permanently in my head yet. 60k. So probably not. But either way, Scrog, Double Grail Knight, Bert's way better. And part of the reason that because you're not going to go star player, part of the reason that you're going to do 2 rerolls and a leader caddy is because it's so expensive to have catchers and throwers, right? If you just dumped them and had a star player, the team's better. What just happened? We just red dice double power tree. It's Scrog, Haruka. Wait, what the hell kind of tournament do you go into? You can have 2 catchers, a thrower, 2 Grail Knights, 6 Linos, star player, 2 rerolls. What the hell? You can fit that into 1.15? Now I want to check. And an Apo. Okay. $240. Scrog. So it's 1050 for 2 Grail Knights, Scrog, 9 Squires, 2 rerolls, and an Apo. So that's 1050. It gives you 100 to play with to like do other stuff. So I guess you could upgrade the Squires. Yeah, because he's upgraded. So the 3 upgrades are 35 each, right? Wait, that's 105. No, wait. The thrower isn't a 35 upgrade. He's only a 30 upgrade. That is dead on 1150. Only 1 bench, but less likely to need bench with the catchers and the thrower. But with Scrog, yeah. I still wouldn't take this team as it is. I don't mind the thrower being on as a leader caddy. But you could just downgrade them, buy an extra reroll, and more bench. Oh, has it got the Highlander rule in place? Yeah, I would want 3 rerolls too. So the thing with the Highlander rule is, other than stunties, I don't think anyone should care about it. Because if you take Carla to not get Highlandered, that means that the other person gets to keep Scrog, who's better. Stunties should care. Like, it's really, really obnoxious for stunty teams to lose their star players. But any team that's bringing Scrog, if it loses Scrog, is going to be as crippled as your team. So you'll just both be playing Cripple Bowl. Carla can just dauntless him. Yeah, that's not a plan. It's a technically true thing to say. It's not a plan. Where? Yeah, a better plan is to murder entire teams with Scrog. Look, if you're playing for fun, Haruka, take whatever the hell you want. Nobody's telling you what not to take. What we're telling you is what's better. That's different. Kind has graciously included himself in the we part of that. That's right. I snuck round in the middle of the night and just cut the cord on Jim's internet. I wanted to play in the Kibble Cup. I wanted to have a nice low stress tournament after winning the Morg Cup with a tier 4 team. Do you know what's pretty funny, by the way? I made all those jokes about, like, now that I won the Morg Cup and got a World Championships ticket, that they're definitely not going to happen. And then, like, a week later, Cyanide file for insolvency. Because Cyanide would rather close down than let me play in the World Championships. Good. Kind. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with people who play for fun, but the game needs more people who play to win. No, it's just there's already enough of them. Like, there's no shortage of pasty eaters in Blood Bowl, right? We're not going to run out of them anytime soon. Like, there's an insane amount of people who spend £1,000 to fly around the world and haven't bothered to learn to set up properly. Right? It's unfathomable to my brain. So there's no shortage of pasty eaters anyway. So we need more people who give a shit about winning the thing that they've gone to. Or have signed up for if it's online. Listen, the stand firm. Yeah, that first not stand firm really showed him. Safe moves later. Could absolutely have just moved this second Wraith over here and taken this 2-dice block. No real reason not to. No, it's not that they can't do anything, Nerd King. I'll make a video about this, I think. I'll do one of my little talky 10-minute videos. No, I'll do it offline, Nerd King. That is quite the interesting place to put the ball. I mean, I guess it's safe. I don't know why it's there, though. Like, just being there would be better. This is a 4-3-1 dice. If he stands him up, which of course he will. That doesn't seem great. On the sideline. Yes, so what happens when you've done this, when you've declared for insolvency and gone to the courts? So the courts declare that you have X time. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's been made public. I'm not entirely certain if it's set in stone because I don't know French laws in this thing. But they say you've got 6 months, you've got a year or whatever to essentially sort your shit out. So that can involve freezing debts. That can involve putting a block on contract renegotiations, which would include contract nullifications, such as if one of their creditors is, for example, Games Workshop. I don't know if that's true or not, right? I don't know if they owe them any money for royalties or anything. But one of their creditors could be Games Workshop. I don't think it's normally 18 months. I think it's maximum 18 months. I don't know if the norm is always the max. If one of their creditors is Games Workshop and they don't pay them, that could nullify their contract, which could see Games Workshop pull a license. But the courts have the power to stop that too. If the courts are saying, hey, we're going to give you some time, the courts usually also step in to stop someone else from shortening that time and put a block on anything like pulling a contract from them, because obviously that damages the company that they're currently trying to save. But that is a possibility. The courts won't block it for like the entire time or anything. The courts will just give them X time to, that might be the case, yeah. Give them X time to sort it out with Games Workshop. Assuming they are a creditor, that is as just a random assumption, right? We have no knowledge at all of who they owe money to. The original debt was bonds. But that's only the debt that started the problem. Obviously, all companies have debts all over the place. They will have creditors everywhere. It won't be just the original bonds debt. And a number of things happen when this kind of insolvency happen. The first thing is absolutely no extraneous expenditure. So immediate hiring freeze, no crunch or overtime. All that goes out the window instantly. Absolutely no chance of any of that happening. And then everything else they have to pay out essentially goes through an overseer assigned by the court, which is why it makes things very difficult. It's hard to run a business with, like, a nanny. And one of the main problems is Nacon have to restructure their debt and sort it out themselves. Nacon owns Cyanide. Cyanide is essentially one of Nacon's assets. If Nacon are forced to sell assets to pay debts to stay in business, their assets include 12 studios, one of which is Cyanide. So anything could happen. They could all close. They could all get out of this unscathed and move on, or anything in between, from Nacon selling Cyanide, from Games Workshop pulling a license. All kinds of things are on the table. It is an incredibly bad sign that right around the time that Cyanide were going to They had to know in advance that they were going to become insolvent and file for insolvency themselves. They cancelled the demo. That's like the worst sign so far, because that date was solid, and you have to assume that, seeing as they announced it so close, it's finished. There's no way they would still be working on the demo when they announced it like a week in advance. So not launching it is a real bad sign. Give me a second. That was another text message from my mother. As I said, she's just out of hospital today. She hasn't been in hospital. She went for a consultation. She's not well. No, I mean, it's their license. They own Blood Bowl, Tempest. If the situation allowed it, they could remove the license, like draw it back to themselves, and therefore sell it to someone else. They're not going to buy cyanide. They're a miniature company. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not that there are unknowns, it's that the unknowns mean that any of the things I just listed out could happen, and there's no way of knowing which one's most likely. There you go. That's where the unknowns are, right? We don't know the ins and outs of their finances. We don't know if this is just because the debts caused a knock-on effect and there's, just not enough cash to pay creditors because they didn't get it down from the parent company, or if there's actual financial problems that have rippled through the whole company now. I don't think they could buy the license. Another company might buy cyanide. Games Workshop, you can't buy a license from the Games Workshop, are the owners of the license. Another company would essentially have to buy the license from Games Workshop. There's almost no chance that the license included the ability to pass it on to someone else. Yeah, someone would buy. I don't think anyone's buying cyanide to get Blood Bowl, by the way. There's zero chance that Blood Bowl is such a profitable license that that's what makes cyanide like a good acquisition. They've got a number of other games with a lot more reviews and well reviewed and things. So it's just whether cyanide make money. Styx is the Goblin game, right? They also do all the cycling games. 1 in 9 blockless block before moving the catcher. One in 9 blockless block before moving the catcher. Even though he just 1 in 9 with the previous one. 1 in 9 blockless loner block before moving the catcher. Moves the catcher. No, I'm not, Nut. I randomly, well, not randomly, I picked 3 from each round. This is round 3. They would probably have been 2 of your games in the list as well, but I hate reviewing halfling games. I hate reviewing stunty games in general, and I particularly hate reviewing halfling games because everyone's shit. And I'm probably the second best halfling player in the world, so I'm very, very judgmental. If I had to pick someone who was better than me at halflings, it would be Store. Larkstar is also very good. Off the top of my head, we're the 3 best halfling players. Not that any other top tier player couldn't become one of the best halfling players in the world. It's just they don't bother playing stunties for the most part. Hardly any top tier players put a lot of time into stunties. But I've put a lot of time into halflings. PC's put a lot of time into goblins, so is one of the best goblin players in the world. That's about it. I don't know anyone who plays gnomes. Snotlings don't really count as a stunty team. And I don't know anyone that plays ogres. No, Yadi's not even in the top 10 goblin players. I mean, there's a difference, right? Cyberknight was probably the best ogre player, but Cyberknight quit Blood Bowl like 3 or 4 years ago. A sad loss for the Blood Bowl world, in my opinion. What's normally the difference is the people that play a lot of stunties are not the best players. They might have their best records with... I mean, that's probably true, Nerd King. But only because you put the last 4 words on the sentence. There we go, look. It's not a coincidence that World Sitar, Elyod, Purple Chest, Valley, Kiande, and Chiagant are all top-tier players. And that's half of that list. Yuddy would never get on that list. Like, it's not an insult to him. He's a decent player, but, like, he could try all year and he'd never get on that list. In case you're wondering why I'm above Store, and yet I said Store was better, you might notice, firstly, he played twice as many games as me, and secondly, his win rate is lower because he played flings more often at higher TV, which they get worse and worse. The more the higher TV flings go, the worse they are. So he lost win rate by doing that. I never played flings past like 15 games. And I rarely, if ever, skilled him up. I was never interested in playing 1,200 flings. They're goddamn terrible. Anarian also, by the way, does that. That's why his win rate is so much lower, because he did it even more than Store. Anarian would play like flings for like 20, 30 game runs. These records are all from Blood Bowl 2. Blood Bowl 3 records are meaningless. Which is sad, but completely true. Oh, God. Okay. So he doesn't have guard. So your best way out of this is to stand up this fleshy, making this a 2 dice block. Because he's got 3 assists and you got... Oh, wait. Is that a 2 dice block? Oh, God, it's not. It's a 1 dice block. The tree has guard. Okay. New problem. That's not a 2 dice block. So now what's the best way out of this? Oh, you stand this up. Makes that a 2 dice block into 1. But it's block on no block. So you have to do that. Yeah. Okay. So you do that. Hopefully you get the POW. If you get the POW, that's now a 2 dice block to free up the Wraith. Because you need someone to go blitz him. Wait, if you get the POW, you move off him, and that's not a 2 dice. Shit. Okay, none of this is good, is it? How have they got themselves in such a shitty situation while we were nattering about 7 other things? Oh, this has got block. Okay, that does make that better, that he's the block piece. So that 1 dice then makes that a lot better. Because he pushes the guard off him, and the guard is on him. So that makes that a 2 dice. And then that would make that 4 dice. And then he can go up there. And then he can blitz. He's going to have to score, though. Oh, that's a catcher. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a catcher. Missed the blue thing. Oh, God, we're 1 dice in the wrong guy. If we're going to 1 dice, that's not the 1 dice, is it? Never mind, it worked fine. Of course it did. Better than fine. Oh god, and stunned him. Now he doesn't even need to score. Ridiculous. Not a real dwarf. Won't be able to do that in the future. Oh god, I'm not looking forward to Blood Bowl 3 at all. I know I'll enjoy it for a while because he'll be learning all the new teams and stuff like that. I'm very much not looking forward to the shitty meta. Old World Alliance and Nurgle all day, every day. Ugh. Oh, I don't know if you're still hearing that. If you are, because I was watching you earlier, I heard you point out, I didn't want to argue with you or talk about it because it's hard to type. Black Box Trophy wouldn't work in ladder. Black Box Trophy specifically only works because Fumble has so few players. If you tried to do Black Box Trophy and ladder, the biggest problem is that the diversity, which is the best part of Black Box Trophy, wouldn't exist. It's not just claws, although it is very much claws. Juggernaut is great. And random disturbing presence can actually help. Oh, look at that. Forcing the quad skulls. Din quad skull. Yeah, but the other two things you listed, kind, Zug has. Yeah, but Claw Mighty is so much better, Aruka. Because of the matchups that you're likely to get, right? The best teams in Blood Bowl at the moment are all Bash teams. And they come with high armor. Zug not so useful against them. But clip in an Orc, especially if it's one of the 4 positionals. Clip in one of the Dwarves on Old World Alliance. Clip in a Bloater on Nurgle. Incredible. Yeah, but it's just a one-off. The claws work every turn. Yes, it's the so you use the Zug's ability on the AV so that you keep Mighty Blow for the injury. So in case anyone's wondering, by the way, these are way too far forward. I don't know what the hell they're doing there. So, as you can see, it's going to throw from one square in front. You can throw from the line. So, normally people throw from the line. So, you count 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, the front line should be here on this one. Right in front. That's where the front line go. You count 6 and you stand in front of it. So, 7 squares back. And then this second line should be 2 squares behind them. And then these two should be in between. So these are actually in the right squares. This line should be 1 back, and this line should be 2 back. Well, he rolled a bunch of 1s. So everything was fine. Oof. Pretty lucky that was only a stun. Why is he followed? Like, I don't understand why people just give up blocks. What is the possible point of following it? You've already blitzed, so that's just giving up a block for no reason. And then that's just wasting the guy you had a block on by blitzing him. That's going to just be giving a 2 dice block on him, isn't it? Because this guard's just going to go there. And he's already got a guard on him, so that's going to be a 2 dice block. Oh no, we've re-rolled that already on turn 9. What are we doing? Did we just re-roll that to base the mighty blow? I'm so confused, man. Oh, it's been real hard. I'm very sorry to Alessus and who's it, Painkiller. I shouldn't forget that name. Like, it's been real hard to concentrate on this game. The last game was really long. And Yeah, I'm kind of in my waiting to get out mode. I want to go and play some Call of Duty. But, yeah, that's insane. What is happening over here? Why wouldn't you go there? Somehow he's not dead. Okay. Doesn't 1 in 9? It does 1 in 36. Jesus. It is caught on the Blood Bowl pitch, yeah, but Sen just joined after me and then joined the party, cheeky twat. Okay, so what's the plan for getting off the tree? Oh, we're just dodging. Okay. That's off the fleshy was the point. We're just hoping we don't fail the dodge. Okay, well, we didn't fail the dodge. Okay, can we chain here? Well, we didn't pow, which would have given him an instant 2 dice on the ball. Oh my god, and we won in 9. Okay, we did pow. Now we get the 2D on the ball. That took long enough, but at least that happened. Why did we push into the tree? Weird choice. What? Like, why... Instead of pushing into the tree, why didn't we push the catcher up and then surf him with the wolf? Wouldn't that be nice? As it turns out, getting the ball based by a fleshy and then allowing it to be hit by, like, 2 dice is a bad idea. Top learning Blood Bowl there. And glorious victory is the Necros. Unless he throws it away, rolling irrelevant dice. Nope, he doesn't. Tried. Failed. What's the point on those rushes? Oh, they're not irrelevant rushes, are they? I've just remembered that there's, like, a thingy. What's the word? Yeah, that was it. A bonus point for scoring twice. I guess he was trying for that. Like I said, I'm sorry there hasn't been too much on this. It's not very good, is it? It's a bit of a mess of just people blocking each other all over the place. No real structural plan. Old World Alliance don't really want to get stuck in against Necro. They really want to trade off their, like, slow pieces with the slow pieces of the Necro. Like, trade off some dwarves on the flashies. While this is playing out, I gotta go and answer the door. Back just in time. I missed a murder. Oh yeah, I did. Dead catcher. Right, that's a really long video, and if you stuck through that last 20 minutes of me barely talking about it at all, good for you. If you got to this point in the video, the secret word is pineapple. Please try to work that into the comment under the video, just to let me know you reached the end of however long this was. How long was the video, do you reckon? 3 hours? Never uploaded a video that long to YouTube. I guess we'll find out if anyone watches them. And we will see you for round 4, which let's all pretend we're looking forward to. I don't mind these, I'll be honest with you. As much fun as I'd make of them, it is actually good for learning, isn't it? Because like I said, a very small minority of people are better than this in general. Like, that's just the way it is. It's just Blood Bowl. So we either only watch a very small minority of games, or a lot of the games are going to be like this. So we have to learn from what we can. And I will see you in round 4.